The Senate will come to order. Mr. Carpenter, please call the roll.
Senators Bridges, Cook, Quorum, Crowder, Danielson,
Here.
Donovan, Finberg, Fields, Foote, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hill, Heisey, Holbert, Lee,
Here.
Lundeen, Marble, Moreno, Pedersen, Priola, Rankin, Rodriguez, Scott, Smallwood, Sonnenberg, Story, Tate, Todd, Williams,
Present.
Winter, Woodward, Zinzinger. Mr. President.
Here. With 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused, we have a quorum. Members and guests, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the reading of the journal of yesterday, June 12th, be dispensed with and to be approved as amended by the Secretary of the Senate.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Senate Services.
Correctly revised. House Bill 1113, 1197, 1213, 1332, 1383, 1403, 1406, 1419, 1421, 1422, and 1423. Correctly enrolled, Senate Bill 20095, 162, 170, 181, 186, 201, 204, 210, 211, 214, 220, 221, and 223. Senate Concurrent Resolution 20001.
Mr. Carpenter. Wow.
Committee reports.
June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1427, refer to Committee of the Whole. A favorable recommendation. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1007 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1014 be referred to Committee of the Whole. A favorable recommendation. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of the Mayor's Committee. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of Mayor's June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1047 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration of Mayor's Committee following House Bill 1049 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. House Bill 1223 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 5 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 18 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 70 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 101 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 103 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 127 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 131 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 135 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 156 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 168 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 172 be postponed indefinitely. June 13th, 2020, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration, Mayor's Committee conducts the following. Senate Bill 173 be postponed indefinitely.
Introduction resolutions.
House Joint Resolution 1009 by Representative Wilson, Senator Donovan, concerning the designation of the portion of Colorado State Highway 291 from Salida to U.S. Highway 285 as the Corporal Ray Lines Memorial Highway.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1009 lay over until later today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and HJR 1009 will be laid over until later today.
House Joint Resolution 1011 by Representatives Hooton and Whalen, Senators Quorum and Donovan, concerning supporting the call for a federal investigation into possible market manipulation by the meatpacking industry during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1011 lay over until later today.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Joint Resolution 1011 will be laid over until later today.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege from the good senator from a funny little place called Pueblo.
Senator Garcia, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President.
Sorry, that is the proper motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Madam President, members, I wanted to come down here this morning to set the tone on something that I think was surprisingly unique yesterday. I was completely surprised when I was approached by the minority leader and the majority whip to be presented with an envelope that had a number of cards in it and a number of contributions, all in compliance with Amendment 41, as an effort to help me pay my deductible for my truck. And I think it was just such a great reminder of why I love serving with all of you. You know, the night that the truck was damaged, I received so many text messages and phone calls from several of you who I know were concerned about our well-being and how things were going, but just asked, man, how are you doing? How's the truck? It was a surprise to have cards from various members, and I won't highlight all of you, but with such a unique statement or touch and saying it could have happened to any one of us. And we want to recognize that you acknowledge that I just paid it off, as some of you know, but I just wanted to come down and thank you for the spirit of recognizing that materialistic things can be replaced. I think what meant so much in all of that is to have contributions from the Senate Republicans, the Senate Democrats, the House Democrats, and the majority staff, and a number of other people. I saw Larry Liston this morning as I was parking, and he was aware of it and said, I want to be part of this. So I want to tell you that I have enough to cover that. It was not something I was asking for or even expecting, and it was a complete surprise, especially in the midst of everything yesterday, to be presented with this envelope, and I can't tell you how gracious I am to you. So thank you so much.
So are we going to start in on? Okay. All right. Mr. Carpenter, please read the tribute for Senator, oh, no. How about Mr. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Madam President. We are going to do one bill on thirds, and then probably go into the consideration of House amendments to Senate bills, because there are quite a few of those to get those done. So we'll start there. Madam President, I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1415.
You have heard the motion. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title for. Oh, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We will proceed out of order. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title for House Bill, I'm sorry, what did you say? 1415. 16.
House Bill 1415 by Representatives Harrison Sullivan, Senators Pedersen and Rodriguez, concerning workers' rights in the workplace for conduct related to a principal's actions during a public health emergency and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you. I move House Bill 1415 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussions? Senator Smallwood.
Okay. That's okay. I did have my hand up. That's great.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, thank you again. I just wanted to remind folks one last time of exactly what it is that we're voting on here. We're voting on a bill that's not a bad bill. It's not. This bill could be a great bill that I would, as I've said on the record before, be happy to co-sponsor. All we need to do is protect the health and safety of our citizens when the next pandemic comes, and that is still omitted in this bill. Here is what I think could happen. I pray doesn't happen after what we've just been through. But because this bill is written the way that it is, and because we're still not seeing amendments on this bill, what you could have happen is during the next pandemic and the next shortage of PPE, you or a loved one will show up at an emergency room or an ICU. Because there's a shortage of PPE, you can easily have healthcare workers who feel that because guidelines aren't being met, like enough PPE, they do not feel safe in the workplace. And because the employer is now prevented from taking anything that could be construed as adverse action, that's what the bill says, colleagues. You can't take adverse action like send somebody home without pay. So what are you going to do? My fear is that you're going to have an ICU or an ER that's empty when you and your loved ones arrive next. And all we'd have to do is add a sentence or two to this bill that says something like, during the next global pandemic, during the next time a health emergency is declared by the governor, you've got to have a carve out for this piece so that when we show up in the ICU or in the ER, there's somebody there to take care of us. That's all we'd have to do in this bill. This is what's so maddening about being in this place, is we've got, in so many cases, ideas that are good. But we're not taking the time to go into the details to make it legislation that protects all of us, and I don't understand why. If the answer is, Senator from Douglas County, you're just an alarmist, you're just overly worried. You're darn right I'm overly worried. We've just been through a global pandemic. Don't you think it's important enough to address in this bill? That one piece. I'm not standing up here saying this is a horrible idea, and if you're showing up into some sort of plant and the boss says, look, I don't care what the government says. I don't believe in masks, I don't believe in gloves, I don't believe in plexiglass or goofy socks on microphones or anything like that. We're just going to do it my way. Work here or otherwise suffer the consequences. Nobody wants that. And it would be so easy to write this bill that protects our citizens against that while still protecting the health and safety of your neighbors and loved ones when they show up at the ICU and the ER. Why don't we do that? Because we don't have to? Because you have all the votes? Nobody has yet come up to say, this is why we don't feel it's important to protect you when you show up at the ICU or the ER. You haven't heard that at the well yet. I don't think you heard it in committee. Sadly, we didn't hear it in Health Committee. I would love to have been able to support this bill. I would love to have helped carry this bill. It is important. And we're fooling ourselves if we think that there are employers out there who aren't breaking the rules. We're fooling ourselves. Of course we want to stop the bad actors. Colleagues, it would be so easy to fix this bill and so frustrating that we choose not to. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you. I really appreciate this question because it's important, and this was something that was brought up actually through this process. The Children's Campaign was worried about this specific piece. So we brought an amendment, and we did address this issue. And I agree, what is the most frustrating thing about this building is that no matter how many times you have conversations or how many times you point to the statute, we are unable to come to an agreement about what we believe we know has already been solved. So we also talked about what would happen if people were fired for, or if they were raising concerns about lack of PPE, were sent home, or they said, I'm not going to work in these conditions anymore because I don't feel safe, and that then they would not be able to get fired. That is definitely not what this bill does. We specifically added an amendment to ensure that if you're violating your duties at work, that's a fireable offense. That is completely separate from this. And if we want to carve out hospitals and the people who are truly on the front lines right now, who need to be willing to say that they feel unsafe, that they do not have the adequate PPE, these are the people that we need to be protecting right now. I'm sure you all have been reading the news stories of nurses who have said that they are scared to come out to talk about what the work conditions look like because they've been told by the hospitals that they are unable to do so. These are the people that need to be able to feel protected by saying, look, we don't have the adequate masks here, talking to the news, talking to us as leaders in our state, me reaching out to my constituents who are nurses, who are scared to actually tell me what's going on and said, I'm sorry, I don't want to actually, I'm sorry I'm unable to have this conversation anymore. Because they're worried they're going to lose their job. That's what this bill is about, to ensure that they can actually have these conversations and in other workplaces where they don't have access to PPE, that they're able to just wear a mask. We heard from janitors who felt unsafe in their current job and just wanted to bring their own PPE, and then they were fired. That's not too much to ask during a pandemic. This only goes into effect during a public health emergency. It is so narrow. This is just about saying that if you're raising these concerns, you can't be fired. If you show up If you stop doing your job, not coming to work, or any other things that are around the duties of your job, that is completely separate from this bill. For the legislative record, I will reiterate again, you have to do your duties, but you're able to raise concerns if you don't feel safe. So I'm sorry that we can't have a unanimous vote on this bill, because it is an important bill in this moment and to prepare for future moments. So I really appreciate all the concerns that were raised along the way. We have had numerous amendments, including one to address this piece that we appreciate the Children's Campaign pointing out, because we don't want anyone to be protected from wrongdoing at work or not doing their job just because they complained about PPE. So this is a better process when we listen to each other, and I appreciate the feedback. And I think that we have a very good bill now. So I ask for your support.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're on thirds, is that Madam President? Thank you, Madam President. You heard me talk the other day about how this bill overlays federal regulation that already covers much more than just the commercial carriers. There's quite a list of folks. Airline workers, all types of people are already being covered. And there are pending cases. So we know that system is working. There are cases out there where they are protecting the workers where they feel they have been wrongly dealt with because of the COVID crisis. In working with the sponsors, they looked at my bill, they looked at at my amendment, they looked at the same paperwork that I did in terms of what's being covered and how well protected they are, and they came to a different conclusion than I did. So realizing they're not going to support my amendment, I won't be offering it at this time. However, would like to point out one other thing. But before I do, I agree with the senator from Douglas County. I don't want anybody treated the way that this bill is protecting people from being treated. With a couple of amendments, this could be a great bill. However, changing subject somewhat here, we heard yesterday how government grew during the good years that we had for many, many years. Government just got bigger. That put us into the situation we're in, where when there's a reduction in the funds coming in that government has to spend, suddenly it's a crisis. Well, let me tell you, that doesn't just happen in the good years. This bill, in the midst of the financial crisis, adds 2.8 FTEs. It's a $300,000 a year addition to the budget. And this pertains to emergency health crisis only. One in a decade, one in a lifetime, well, that cost goes on every single year, whether we have an emergency health crisis or not. So don't think that don't think that we only grow government in the good years. This is just another example of how government keeps growing regardless of the budget. I'm sorry I won't be able to support a bill that could have been a very good one.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1415. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Cook, Smallwood, Tate, Scott, Rankin, Gardner, Woodward, Sonnenberg, Hill, Lundin, Heisey, Marble, Crowder, Quorum. With a vote of 20 ayes and 15 noes and 0 excused, House Bill 1415 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Bridges, Fields, Marino, Zenzinger, Janal, Winter, Hanson, President Garcia, Majority Leader Fenberg, Story, Gonzalez, Foote, Danielson, Williams. Please add the president. Oh, I'm sorry. Please. Lee. We good? Mr. Carpenter, please read the title of House Bill 1410.
House Bill 1410 by Representatives Gonzalez, Gutierrez, and Exum, Senators Gonzalez and Zenzinger, concerning assistance for individuals facing a housing-related hardship due to the COVID-19 pandemic and in connection therewith transferring money received from the federal government pursuant to the CARES Act to the Eviction Legal Defense Fund and the Housing Development Grant Fund to provide such assistance and making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 1410 lay over until later today.
You've heard the motion. Are there any, all in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The motion has passed. Okay, so consideration of resolutions. Will the clerk please read the title of HJR 201010?
House Joint Resolution 1010 by Representatives Becker, Neville, and Senators Garcia and Holbert concerning a change to the joint rules of the Senate and House of Representatives regarding the number of bills an interim committee may request for drafting.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move HJR 1010.
Oh, is there any discussion? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, the Executive Committee brings you HJR 1010 and asks for your aye vote concerning the change to joint rules between the House and Senate regarding the number of bills an interim committee may request for drafting. You're probably aware by now that the Executive Committee has been working since we have returned to really stop interim committee activity for this interim, which hopefully will begin sometime Monday. Looking ahead, we are trying to also limit the number of bills that an interim committee would be able to draft. During the last interim, we had many bills, exponentially more than the committees actually introduced. This is an issue for legislative legal services, and I assure you that OLLS will do the work that needs to be done and meet the demand. But we have a dynamic now where there are vastly more bills introduced by drafted by interim committees that are actually introduced. It's the hope of the Executive Committee that when an interim committee is granted the authority to exist and to request bills, that there will be a bit more focus on the charge of the Executive Committee and maybe more discussion among its members as to which bills they want to have drafted. We also have the opportunity, having served on interim committees before, a member of that committee, if a bill is important to him or her, and it doesn't become a committee bill, he or she can make it one of their 5, or they can go to leadership and ask for a late bill. But what has happened in recent years is that the volume of bills, at least that drafted, really has created a new process for granting late bill status. And maybe that's not entirely accurate, but those bills may or may not be introduced. But for OLLS, their volume of work in drafting bills that aren't introduced, they've come and asked through the executive committee, let's put some guardrails around this. So does this eliminate committee bills by interim committees? No, it doesn't. It's a request from the current executive committee that there be a little more focus with an interim committee on which bills are asked to be drafted, to encourage members of interim committees to have some agreement among themselves as to when we make that request of OLLS, that there be a bit more focus. And if a member wants to disagree with the interim committee and have a bill drafted, you all have that authority. However, every one of us, including those of us in leadership, have the authority to have up to how many bills drafted? 5. But we're talking about 50, 100, many bills that are drafted and never get introduced. And I do want to stress on behalf of Director Eubanks and every drafter, every nonpartisan attorney in OLLS, they're not complaining about having work. This is a joint effort between the director of OLLS and those of us on the executive committee to say, let's do a little bit better job, a little more focus on what work gets done, what work gets requested. So if you have any questions about the resolution, happy to answer. This does have bipartisan support in both chambers, I think you'll find. And again, it's not an effort to take away opportunity from interim committees, but just a request that there be a bit more focus on what bills get drafted. Ask for an aye vote.
President Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, I too would encourage an aye vote on HJR 1010. As the Minority Leader just highlighted, I think we recognize the value of our drafters and the work that they're doing. And we noticed a significant increase, and not that some of those drafts aren't good or meaningful, but I think when we could argue that probably some 60 or 70% aren't being pursued as pieces of legislation, that is a tremendous amount of work for the drafters, and especially with the condensed timeline for interim committees. We want the interim committees to be a little bit more laser light focused, and so I'd encourage an aye vote on House Joint Resolution 1010.
Senator Sonnenberg. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. We did discuss this resolution in executive committee, of course, and I think it makes sense. I think the intention here is that members don't use an interim committee as essentially their own personal their own personal set of lawyers to draft dozens of bills on just things that they're curious about, and make sure that it's managed for the scope that the interim committee really is supposed to serve. There was one question raised, and I think I know the answer to it, but I'm going to just kind of state it, and I don't know if the drafter is listening or if somebody else has an answer. But my question is, and I think the Minority Leader is checking on this as well, is if this limitation applies just to the letter committees, meaning the committees that essentially, we vote on as legislative council on which ones we're going to do as interims and which then propose legislation, or if it also applies to statutory committees, such as Water Committee, et cetera. Okay, so I am getting a note that it applies to both. So just wanted to put that on the record. I think the original intention really was for the letter committees, I'm not sure if we have to change that or if we just want to address that later. I will say I'm fairly certain that the executive committee, either way, can always provide permission for an interim committee to draft more bills. Even if this resolution passes, the executive committee can provide that. So there is a way out. It is not a set in stone limitation on these committees, but wanted to, now that we know the answer, this does apply to statutory interim committees as well as the letter interim committees.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm still trying to understand how this process would work, because I can give you an example. The Water Committee, the Interim Water Committee, or Water Resources Review, or whatever we call it now, is a fairly large committee that deals with a lot of water issues. We have presentations. It's a statutory committee that is constantly working on water issues, and as you might imagine, those never go away. If we need to draft more than the double, because I think, help me, Madam Chair, is 5 our limit, the bills for that committee, and oftentimes we will draft more than 5. We'll actually bring more than 5 because we vote to be able to do that. If we go over 10, so I understand the process, who do we go to get permission from, and how long does that take then to proceed? Because typically we'll have our meetings. We will propose bill drafts at one meeting, and all of a sudden, if we have 12, and then we'll talk about those bills and decide whether we want to move over at the following meeting, which is usually our last meeting. We don't have an opportunity because we are still limited on the number of meetings that we can have. Can you help me understand what that process would look like?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll answer to the best that I can, but my understanding, and this has happened before, is that it's essentially a request made to the executive committee, which meets even in the interim, and it doesn't need to be overly formal. Recently, it has been simply an email request, and then all the members of the executive committee can weigh in over email and provide that permission and essentially sign a letter providing that committee to do more bills. In the past, the request was about the ability to introduce more than the bills they were allowed because there wasn't a limit on drafting authority. So it would be the same, but instead of requesting permission to do additional bills, it would simply be a request to do additional drafts if that's the limitation.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President. I just might add one other point of clarification. While there were some committees, and not to pick on certain committees, but there might have been some, like Interim Water Committee and others, that actually had been diligent about their process. There were other interim committees that obviously they had a cap on how many bills they could introduce, but had indefinite and different committee chairs along with the committees were allowing them to draft, maybe one, for example, drafted some 35 drafts. And so if you only have a cap of 5 bills, is that a fair process for those drafters to be drafting an additional 30? I think we're looking for a conversation within that because it's a significant amount of work for the drafters.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I really am not intending to be incendiary at all here on this question. Genuine questions. I don't understand where we are when it comes to the rules. I know we made some changes on some votes and stuff this year, and we've got a debate about temporary versus permanent rules in the rule book. I wonder if the sponsors would be willing to at least enunciate, does this vote actually matter? Why don't we do this as part of the temporary rules that we adopt at the beginning of every general session cycle, as opposed to going through this? Again, I'm genuinely not trying to be incendiary, but I think it's an important part of our process, and as I leave, I think a little bit of a discussion of the process is important, and that way, when I'm looking at my comics over here, maybe I should be looking at the rules. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to clarify and a reminder, this is a change to our joint rules, not the Senate rules. And the purpose of the joint rules is to have agreement between the two chambers and how we work together. And that's, the joint rules I don't think are considered temporary. They are just the joint rules, which is essentially an agreement between the two chambers on how we operate. And that's why this is a change, frankly, that came through executive committee, because it's about both chambers, not just one. And it's also simply about the operations and procedures of how the two chambers interact and how we do things in the interim, because that's pretty much the only time when we meet jointly in a formal setting like that. So just want to clarify, this is not a change to the Senate rules. This is a change to the joint rules, which is different a little bit because it is simply an agreement and understanding of how the two chambers work together and how we utilize staff that serve both chambers.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the question too, and it was frustrating, startling to learn that this chamber has not adopted permanent rules for Senate rules since 2001, and I believe even longer for the House. So I think that's a conversation outside of this proposed rule change. I agree with the Majority Leader. We are discussing a joint rule between the two chambers. To get back to the number of bills, if you have your rule book, you can open up to Joint Rule 24A. There was a question, I believe the Majority Leader addressed that. Does this involve only letter committees, or would it also include the statutory committees like TLRC? And it does include both. So the rule right now allows up to 5 bills to be introduced. And what we're proposing is, can we put some parameters around how much drafting occurs? And the executive committee had thought that twice the number of allowed bills to be introduced might seem like a good number. What the Majority Leader also described, and I think his numbers are right, and those of you who serve on these various committees may know, but I think we had some examples where the factor was 6 times the number of bills that could be introduced. If 5 bills could be introduced, there might have been 30 bills drafted by an interim committee. And that's why we're having this conversation. It's not to take opportunity away. The intent here is to ask that interim committees be a little more focused, diligent on how many drafting requests there are, because there was in the last interim, there was a huge amount of work done on bills that never saw the light of day. Now, if you wanted to work the system, and I would admit I've done a little bit of this myself, on your 5 bills, I've been through interims, I've been through years where I've had more than 5 drafted. How do you do that? Well, you can go to leadership and ask for a late bill, or you can spike one of your drafts. I've had things drafted and say, I don't want to do that. Let's get rid of that one and take up another one. If this rule change happens, you can still do that. What we're asking is your support that we also limit, reduce, curtail, not eliminate, the ability of an interim committee to do basically the same thing. This would say, if your interim committee, and by the rule, the statutory committees can introduce up to 5, and we're saying you could draft up to 10, but not 11 or 30. So happy to answer any other questions, but do ask for an aye vote. If this proves to be too restrictive, drafting twice the number of bills that could be introduced, the chambers could change this back next year. But again, this is one of the things that came up for the executive committee after our long adjournment, and kind of like some of the other issues that have come up since we've been back, there was a request, and we certainly don't intend for this to be confrontational, But I think that this is a reasonable balance and look forward to other questions and discussion.
Senator Sonnenberg, followed by Senator Hansen and Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, obviously, I would assume this rule came about because somebody or one committee may have abused this process. I would argue that we should have we should have personal responsibility. Committees should say, you know, that's a little abusive. Do we really need another rule here to tell us what we as committees limit the ability of work that these committees can work on? For example, if we have a COVID-19 committee, but it's also my understanding we're not having any committees this next year, so I'm not sure, you know, the relevance. But if we had a COVID-19 committee, and that COVID-19 had a number of suggestions from a number of different avenues, why would we not allow them? Why would we not allow them to make a number of drafts so that they can actually have a discussion on the drafts of those bills to see if that is a direction we want to go? To just arbitrarily say, okay, you can only draft twice as many as the statute says you can draft. And I don't want to get bogged down on a resolution here, but I don't like the way the direction we're going. It may be fine. I can tell you in principle it's not going to work, because when a committee in the second to last meeting asks to draft bills, and the last meeting they have to approve those bills, and if we want to have more bills drafted and send a note then or an email to the executive committee, then it's too late. Like the water committee then could not draft those bills because you only have one more meeting to approve those drafts. Members, I'm going to respectfully ask for a no vote. We don't need this rule from my perspective, and allow the committees themselves to work through this and have the chairman go, are we abusing this? Are we doing too much? And allow those legislators to make the decision. I'm going to ask for a no vote on the resolution.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and really appreciate the remarks from my colleague from Sterling. I think he paints a picture that is the one we'd all like to look at, which is we can all take this on and take care of it ourselves. Unfortunately, we have had situations where chairs or vice chairs or members have not carefully policed themselves or reined themselves in. I just wanted to quickly share, I had the pleasure of chairing the Energy Policy Interim Committee last session. We were given 3 bills to introduce. We drafted 6. It was perfect. We were able to look at 6 different ideas, together as a committee come and pare that down to 3. If we really would have needed a 7th, you know, we've got a release valve here. I just wanted to share that from a letter committee. It worked well. It helps kind of force you to pare down your ideas. I think a 2-to-1 ratio makes a lot of sense, and I'm very supportive of this change.
Senator Winter, followed by Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am also supportive of this change, and I've been on TLRC for the last 6 years. At times I've been chair, at times I've been vice chair, and we have incredibly great conversations during the interim that has massively changed what we've done in transportation. We've done very good work, and we've also done it in a way that respects our staff and their time and their effort, and knowing that we actually want these policies to become real policies. This year we drafted, I think, 8 bills and we get 5. And we have those conversations about what is the energy and effort worth to move forward. And I think this bill actually, or this resolution, sorry, actually tells committees you should decide what is the energy worth, what is bipartisan in nature, where are your stakeholders, what isn't just throwing spaghetti at the wall, but can become real, can become legislation, And I think we should work in concert with our staff and be respectful for them. And I think this is completely reasonable as serving on TLRC for the last 6 years.
Senator Moreno, followed by Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, I am going to request your support for this resolution. I was on one of the committees that was one of the bad actors. I was on the... If only the Joint Budget Committee was an interim committee, that would make my life a lot easier. No, I was on the Tax Expenditure Interim Evaluation Committee, and colleagues, it's the Committee on Legislative Counsel that sets the number of bills that an interim committee is allowed to introduce. They set that number for the Tax Expenditure Evaluation Interim Committee at 5. We drafted 30 bills, colleagues. That could have been avoided had the committee had a discussion about which bills, which policy ideas we were actually going to pursue. But how many of us are guilty of this? We say, oh, that sounds good in concept. I need to see the language. I need to see the draft. That's where we get into an issue. But I do think it's important for interim committees to be judicious, to be conscious of the workload that we place on our Office of Legislative Legal Services, so I request an aye vote on this resolution.
Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Madam President. It seems to me if the problem lies more with the chair of the committee, and if leadership would actually make more of an attempt to get the type of chair in there that is needed to somewhat stick with the rules. I'm not sure that this is necessary because I think irregardless of how you work it out, there's going to be exceptions to the rule, but I think it's incumbent upon leadership to make more attention to, who has appointed the chair to actually, keep control of that situation. But I can go either way on this, but I think it's, unless you have a decent chair that is willing to take control of that committee, there is no solution to this problem.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So I would ask you to see what just happened. It happened yet again. We got all this dust, this sound and fury going on, and Senator Crowder cut to the chase. It's about people. We have these things called chair people, chairs, chairmen. There is in place a method of dealing with this. Thank you, Senator Crowder.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No good deed goes unpunished, I suppose. It is interesting in this deliberative body to be on the leadership team, be on the executive committee, and have conversations with the senior management of this operation. There are 4 of them: Joint Budget Committee, State Auditor, Office of Legislative Legal Services, and the Office of Legislative Counsel. The 6 of us who serve on the Executive Committee are your elected representatives who sort of operate as, I guess, the ownership team or the senior management balance. It's a unique environment. Reporters talk about how we can't be required to wear masks. Well, you're individual elected members of the General Assembly and you don't have a boss. So when the 3 of us who are on the executive committee for this chamber come in with an idea that we're hearing from the employees of the operation and we think this is a reasonable request, this is a reasonable balance, when we're standing here in the well and proposing a rule change, I think sometimes at least it feels to me as though we're management and we're trying to force something on you. We're not. The senior management of this operation has brought an administrative issue to us and they've made a request. And I ask your consideration, your support, your yes vote on the resolution, because the management side, the operational side, the administrative side of this fascinating, unique operation, they've raised their hand and said, gosh, it seems like we're not working efficiently, effectively. Could you help us? And the executive committee said, sure. So I don't want to pressure anyone into voting yes, but this isn't the executive committee trying to force its will on the other 94 members of the General Assembly. We received a request from our senior management of the nonpartisan staff in this building to say, boy, it really seemed to get out of control last year. Could we put some guardrails about how many bills are drafted for interim committees? And that's all this is. We thought that twice the number of bills that could be introduced seemed like a reasonable amount. There was at no time do I remember any member of the executive committee voicing an opinion, a perspective of, boy, we'll show them who's boss. It was like, okay, we're happy to try to help. And again, OLLS, thank you so much for all the hard work that you do down there. And they're not complaining about having to do too much work. They're responsible management. They've raised their hand and said, they did a lot of work that went nowhere. Could you help us eliminate it or reduce the amount of ineffective work, I guess? And I don't mean any insult to anyone who had a bill idea and had it drafted that wasn't introduced, but the volume, again, at least in one committee, went to 6 times the number of bills they could introduce. So I apologize to any member who was caught off guard or feels that the executive committee is trying to exert its will upon the chamber or the assembly. That's not the case. This seemed like a simple request. If 3 times the number or 4 times the number works better, okay. But to just vote no on the request to try to put some guardrails around it, I would just encourage members, let's be a little bit more flexible, please. And again, the executive committee's not trying to take anything away from you. That's not the motivation, and we don't question the motivation of other members. But as a 4-year member of the executive committee, I can assure you, we're just trying to work with our senior management. They made a request, and that's why we have this proposed rule change before you. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. Members, I think the minority leader said it best. You have a choice in this, and so if the choice is not to support this initiative, House Joint Resolution 1010, we respect that. But at the end of the day, the executive committee is tasked with helping to bring about the efficiency of the staff who work here, and this was a recommendation by them. So, members, I would highly encourage you to support this House Joint Resolution 1010.
The motion is the adoption of HJR 1010. Are there any no votes? I'm sorry. Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam President. I truly understand this, and unfortunately last year I was on 4 interim committees. And, you know, I think we took our job serious, and we drafted a few bills over what we could present. Some of those were carried as the member's bill, but frankly, you know, I hate to create a rule that says every 99% of you are doing right, but the one committee overstepped. I would like to, you know, I don't care one way or the other how this goes, but I think it's somewhat of a responsibility of leadership to go to that committee and say, hey, is this really the right thing to do? Send 35 bills? Pare it down, like you say, in committee, but, and if a committee chair can't handle that, find a new chair.
Donovan, followed by Minority Leader Holbert.
Thank you, Madam President. We have a bipartisan idea that came from the Senator from Alamos and the Senator from Sterling and myself. Would the sponsors consider an interim committee to further study this idea?
The limit on bills. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. One other bit of perspective, and no, I'm not asking for sympathy. Please consider the turnover in the executive committee. Management in the private sector probably has more long-term perspective than management here, at least from those of us who are elected here. I mentioned I've been a member of the executive committee for 4 years. Speaker Becker has been a member of the executive committee for 4 years. The other members have been, Minority Leader Neville has been a member of the executive committee for 4 years. It's really rare that you have 3 people on that committee who've been there for 4 years. I believe that putting this rule change in the rules will be helpful because new committee chairs and new members of the executive committee don't have to relearn this same lesson from the same scenario. So we had an interim last year. Don't mean to focus on one committee, but the volume of bills drafted was frustrating. If we agree among ourselves, we're going to do a better job in the future, that's not going to happen. Why? Because we won't be here. I'll be here for 2 more years. Will I be a member of the executive committee? Man, I hope I am the next majority leader. I don't mind. I get called that all the time, and but I don't know. For those of you who are newer in the chamber, you could remember this, and when some of you are sitting on the executive committee and you deal with an interim and you see that interim committees, the director of OLLS comes along and says, gosh, the interim committee's here in 2037, or whenever it happens, they're drafted a lot of bills. There won't be anybody at that table member-wise who could come back and say, that happened in 2021, or that happened in 2020, or that happened in 2019, because we're not here. So from the elected side of that management team, I totally get the idea that, well, we could do a better job in communicating with the committee chairs, except the committee chairs constantly change. If there's a change in majority, all of the interim committee chairs change. If somebody's term limited, they change. And this is a unique frustration. If we were in the private sector, I would totally agree. Management needs to do a better job of managing this. But because of the constant cyclical loss of institutional memory, that's really hard because all of us keep changing. If this rule is here, then at least the executive committee or the director of OOLS or someone could say, you do have a rule here that limits the number of bills that can be drafted by an interim committee to be twice the number it can introduce. Why do we have that limitation? Well, back in 2019, and that story could be told. If we don't do this, then I understand in the private sector, reasonable management expectations, the senior leadership of an organization should know these things. Here, it's a little weird because those of us who are ultimately in charge, we constantly change. We constantly change. And having this marker in our rules, I would say, would be a good thing. If twice the number of bills that can be introduced is too few, then I would suggest rather than voting no, help us find the right number. Is it 3 times the bills that can be introduced or 4? I don't know. But you just say, no, this is a bad rule change. I respectfully suggest that that's probably not accurate. And I appeal to you as one of the longest serving current members of the executive committee Maybe I'll get the opportunity to have 6 years on the executive committee. That's rare. That is very rare. A lot of people come through there and spend 2, and they learn all these things on the fly. So I asked for an aye vote, and again, if twice the number's too low, what number works? Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Bridges, followed by Senator Cook.
In the spirit of coming up with alternative creative solutions to address this problem, the minority leader spoke about a problem with consistency and longevity in leadership on the executive committee, and I have a solution. Thanks to how term limits work, Senator Hansen, Senator Rankin, and I will be here, hopefully, probably for the next 8 years, and I would, in service of this chamber, I would take up the gavel should you ask. So, another alternative solution to this challenge.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. Regarding this bill, I'm not down here to tell you to vote yes or to vote no. I think it's up to, obviously, as always, your conscience and what do you think is the best. But I'm going to give you my best, worst political answer on this, or my worst, best political answer. I feel strongly both ways. True politician. Right. So I can't, like I said, I'm not sure that's my best worst or my worst best. But anyway, I have, on one hand, I have one of the concerns is that it might be, another chance for the majority to suppress the voice of the minority. So let's say this year the Democrats can say, hey, you know what? We only allowed 6 bills, and all my members want to run bills, and therefore we're not going to let any Republicans have bills drafted. Now next year when we're in the majority, I'm sure we will do the advantage of do the same thing. So that's a concern of mine. But then on the other hand, I think it's reasonable. That's what we need to look at. What is reasonable in this place? We all complain about, hey, government employees, they're wasting time, they're wasting money. Well, here's an opportunity to not overburden and overwork the staff. And when we see a committee that runs 30 bills when they're only entitled to 5, I think that is an abuse of the system. And that is certainly wasting the time of the drafters when they could be working on more important bills like mine. And so I think that we need to look at what's reasonable, and I think this is a reasonable option. And I'm still trying to figure out the answer to my question, if it's 18 votes or 24 votes on this resolution. So keep talking until we can figure it out.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, I rise in opposition of HJR 1010. I've sat on a number of interim committees, and I feel like this change would, in a subtle way, squash the ability of interim committees to use their fact-finding and the time spent to flush out good ideas and good legislation. We all know that there is a difference between having a conversation with stakeholders on an issue and actually having something in writing. But I would also like to impart some institutional knowledge and let some of the younger members know that there is a workaround. If leadership won't give you drafting rights, you can always ask them to put it on your card for the next year. So keep that in mind. Ask for a no vote.
All righty. Is it the 7th inning stretch yet? Senator Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, the Honorable Nancy Todd. Find me now. I actually served on the interim committee with Senator Priola. And after listening to him talk and bringing back my memory, I am now in support of this bill.
Senator Moreno, followed by Senator Tate.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I do think there needs to be a slight correction to one of the statements that was made earlier. The 6 members that impose their will on the rest of the General Assembly is indeed not the Executive Committee. It's the Joint Budget Committee.
Senator Tate, followed by Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm really grateful and glad to see members of leadership having to work their bill, count their votes for a change. I'm going to be anxiously waiting by my desk to be lobbied by a member in the chamber on this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. And members, I rise in support of this HJR proposal here, 1010. And I served on several interim committees. As you know, we had far too many. And it put a lot of labor on our staff to produce all of these bills, and many of them did not pass and they were not moved forward. Basically what this bill will do, this resolution, is twice the number. That protects the labor and the productivity of the staff, so I think this is a good idea. I think we should vote yes on 1010.
The motion is the adoption of HJR. Oh, Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam President, this resolution is an outrage. I side with the people on this one. And I move the HJR 1010 layover until later today.
Will the clerk please read?
This one might be rough too. This one might be rough too.
The motion is to lay over House Joint Resolution 1010. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We will lay this bill over so that you can contemplate a little more.
Okay.
Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title of HJR 1012?
House Joint Resolution 1012 by Representatives Garnett and Evelyn, Senators Finberg and Holberg, concerning the convening date for the 2021 first regular session of the 73rd General Assembly.
Senator Finberg.
Thank you,
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move HJR 1012.
Is there any discussion?
Go ahead.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, this is another power grab. Yes. And what this does is changes the convening date, or sets the convening date for next year to January 13th. I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Per the Constitution, we must convene by 10 a.m. the second Wednesday of the year following January, following an even year election, which occurs in November, and that second Wednesday of January 2021 would be January 13th. Ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Yes, then I would ask the very simple question, why do we even need this resolution? If the Constitution requires that, then we ought to just simply do what the Constitution says instead of presuming to resolve what the Constitution tells us to do. But then, of course, we change the rules as we wish anyway.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. This is an excellent question, and I'm grateful to have a couple hours to address it. Members, the secret is we could select any of the 12 days before the 13th as well. This is all up to you. We could choose January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all the way up to the 12th. But I caution you, if it's anything other than January 6th or 13th, people will ask, why aren't you starting on a Wednesday? And we did that on a Friday recently. And people asked, why are you starting on a Friday? And then there's another constitutional requirement that both chambers meet to certify the outcome of elections every 4 years on the statewide races, governor, treasurer, secretary of state, and attorney general. And my first year in 2011, we forgot to do that. Yep. But fortunately, even though we accidentally overlooked a provision of the state constitution, shame on us, the state of Colorado didn't cease to exist, nor did the General Assembly. So we have to convene by 10 a.m. on the 13th, but I will fully admit, you've caught us. You could pick any of the prior 12 days. I would just caution you, don't pick a day other than Wednesday, because then you'll be answering the question a million times over why we're not starting on a Wednesday. So if you're coming back next year, I would encourage you to choose either the 6th or the 13th. And in the heavy-handed action that is so typical of the executive committee, we thought the 13th would be easier for you because some people might celebrate on New Year's Eve, need to move to Denver and get into their Denver-based accommodations, those of you who are non-metro. Don't mean to speak for you or anything, but that is the heavy-handed secret behind why the executive committee was so outrageous in suggesting to you that Wednesday, January 13th would be the right date. Ask for an aye vote. I appeal to you. I beg you for your aye vote. Thank you, members.
Senatorial 5.
Seriously? Okay. Senatorial 5 is granted. Or Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I've heard tell that there may be an amendment coming on this important resolution.
Can we go back to the other one now?
But I want, in all seriousness, I think we should ask ourselves an important question about this, because the minority leader is correct. January 13th is the latest we could start per the Constitution. We can't start on the 14th or 15th. We could start earlier. But the question we have to ask ourselves is, wouldn't you rather have as much time as possible before you have to see these horrible people again? If it's earlier than the 13th, you have to see these people and work with them sooner than what the Constitution requires.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. And I do have an amendment to consider.
Mr. Carpenter, I do have the amendment. Please read HJR 1012 L001.
Amendment L001 HR 1012 by Senator Gardner, amending gross resolution page 1, line 8, strike January 13, 2021, substitute January 6, 2021.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I move L001.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Gardner.
Yes, so, members, this is very simple. This gives us an opportunity to vote on whether we're going to start on January 6th, a Wednesday, or January 13th, a Wednesday. By offering this amendment, I have given you a choice. If you adopt this amendment, we will begin on January 6th, a Wednesday, at 10 a.m. And the argument for that is twofold. One, you know, the majority leader says, wouldn't you like more time before you have to come back here? My answer is, no, I'd like to get it over with. I'd like to just get here, get done on May the something in the first week in May and not extend to the second. That's assuming we have 120 days of a session and not be on a day 158 like we are today. The other is, do not yield to the tyranny of the executive committee. But seriously, this is a simple choice. I think the body ought to, as a body, decide. January 6th, January 13th. I agree with the minority leader. If you start on Friday, everybody wants to know, and it's inconvenient anyway. I ask for an aye vote to start on January 6th. Vote aye on L001.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I would encourage a no vote on Amendment L001. Let me tell you why. Especially in leadership, one of the challenges we have is the difficulty of tracking down members and getting you to submit your late bills and propose your first 5 bills. And obviously, you know that the drafters and others who work in the Office of Legislative Legal Services have a serious task over the holiday season to ensure that your bills are ready. You know, both of these resolutions that we're talking about really take into a lot of consideration the staff and the work that they do while many of us are enjoying the holiday season. And so I would just encourage you to think a lot about this vote, because it also accelerates your timeline in which bills have to be prepared and introduced on those first 5. The other thing is I think on the back end, if this is adopted, then there will be a shorter time period in which late bills are being delayed for introduction because the work wasn't done during the holiday season. So I'd encourage a no vote on Amendment L001.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I too ask for a no vote on L001. However, if you decide to change it a week earlier, that's okay. I agree with the President on all the points. Another lesson those of you who are on the executive committee will learn. There's this elaborate matrix of deadlines that has to happen before we start and after we start. Has anyone ever been through legislator orientation in Colorado for the Colorado General Assembly? I think we all have. So what we thought from the executive committee was, let's allow the new members-elect and you all an extra, that maximum amount of time to prepare for a session, because those of us on this side of the aisle, we're very hopeful that we will see a majority change in this chamber. Again, I don't want to be too political, but I don't think it's surprising. That's certainly our hope. But whether it is a change in party or it remains the same, will there be changes in leadership? Will there be changes in office assignments? And then we have this incoming class of legislators. Would you rather give them one less week to prepare or this? So just for those of you who are going to be in leadership in the future, just keep in mind, this is another one of those things that maybe it would be helpful to put it in the rule book or write it down somewhere. I think former Senator Stedman had a great ideas book that maybe he handed off to the good senator from Vail. That kind of institutional memory is helpful. In the odd year after an election, I really encourage you to go with the second Wednesday of January rather than the first, and that's why. We've got office moves, we've got position changes, and sometimes we even have majority changes. And especially going into that first regular session of an assembly, I really encourage you to generally embrace that second Wednesday in order to give especially those new folks the opportunity to prepare, but also any changes in leadership, changes in majority control, things like that. That extra week is a real help. Those of you who've been through those changes before might recall how stressful that can be, and this extra week is probably a good idea. So for those reasons, I ask for a no vote, but if you decide to come back on January 6th, that's okay. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So as we're looking ahead, thinking and planning, trying to figure out when we start next session, I think it begs a very, very important question that goes beyond the resolution, goes beyond this amendment. And that is, to what will we return? The good senator from El Paso County said, in jest, tongue-in-cheek, I'm sure, do not submit to the tyranny of the executive committee. I would ask my colleagues, to what will we be submitting? Will we come back on the 6th or the 13th and be submitting to the tyranny of the executive? Will we still be under executive order? Or can I extract a commitment from the members of this body that when we return in January, we will return to a 120-day session that begins on the day that we decide with this resolution and ends 120 days later, that is a session where the legislative branch creates the laws for the state of Colorado as opposed to the executive branch creating the laws for the state of Colorado. To what will we return? Now, I'm somewhat agnostic. I get the procedural arguments, the fine points of how we govern and manage ourselves. It's easier to track people down if we meet on the 13th. And at the same time, I would like to get here on the 6th and be gone on May 6th of next year as a matter of personal preference. But the bigger question that lingers in the air that we have not addressed and we do not have clear vision on today is to what will we return? A Rule 44 that is, in my perspective, almost sort of not really being applied to our behaviors. A Rule 44 that says when the executive says you're in an emergency, gather up your thoughts, your ideas, and prioritize them. Do the specific important business of getting through a crisis so you can return to normalcy as a General Assembly on behalf of the people of Colorado. It is my perspective we have not even done that. And then we return to business to find out that the temporary rules are the permanent rules and we don't really have rules. I have no interest in returning to that either. So my impassioned plea to this amendment to the resolution is that we figure out to what will we be returning. Will it be normal order? Will it be the predictable, methodical, orderly business of the people of Colorado? Or will it be more of the stumbling, bumbling, challenged circumstance in which we have just muddled through over the past 2 or 3 weeks? So forgive my passion, if you will, or perhaps be motivated by my passion, if you will, that we commit to ourselves that when we return next January, be it the 6th or be it the 13th, we will return to a more orderly, more appropriately managed business of the people of Colorado. Thank you for being attentive to my outburst. I will follow up with each of you individually to get the vote count on whether or not we come back together in some sort of self-called special session to get us to normal order before we return on next January, or perhaps it will happen of natural order. My perspective is, in this moment, I have little confidence that may happen. And if that does not happen of its own course, you can anticipate you will receive phone calls and conversations asking us to return as the General Assembly of Colorado to prepare for the business of the people of Colorado in a normal order in Colorado next January. After all of that, rise in support of the amendment. It is my personal preference that we come in on the 6th, get about our business in a proper, methodical fashion, and we get out of here the first week in May next year. Thank you for the amendment. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to speak to this.
Having no further discussion on Amendment L001, are there any no votes on Amendment L001? Senators Donovan, Bridges, the Minority Leader, Cook, Donovan, Lee, Williams, Janal, Foote, Priola, Hanson, Winter, Danielson, Todd. Senator Priola, I have you listed. Pedersen, Gonzalez, Rodriguez, Story, the Majority Leader, Tate, please add the President. With 15 ayes, 20 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Amendment L001 is lost. The motion is before the body is passive HJR 1012. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Tate, with 33 ayes, 2 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, HJR 1012 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senator Tate. Senator Todd. Introduction of resolutions. Mr. Carpenter, please read HJR 1009.
House Joint Resolution 1009 by Representative Wilson and Senator Donovan concerning the designation of the portion of Colorado State Highway 291 from Salida to U.S. Highway 285 as the Corporal Ray Lines Memorial Highway.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I move House Joint Resolution 1009.
To the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I will not ask this resolution to be read at length, but I do just request this. This is something that we are familiar with doing, and it is to take a portion of our state highway and name it after a remarkable individual. And this is no different. We would love to name, with your support, a portion of highway near Salida in my district after Corporal Ray Lines. I just think these are really, and colleagues, you don't have to stand, but thank you for that consideration in honor of this man. But colleagues, I think these are just remarkable chances that we have that remind us of the people that have come before us and hopefully inspire folks to learn about these people as we place their names in public areas. So dig out 1009 out of your folders, and in the short time that we have remaining, just read about this wonderful person and his contributions. And then I will end here. I challenge you, as you are driving across this state, the next time you see a place that has been named after someone, particularly when you know it was as a result of an actions of this body, and you don't know the history of that person, when you stop driving, Google that person and learn about them, because they each have a story to tell, and that's the intent of why we do this. So, Mr. President, I'll end my comments there and ask for your support on this House Joint Resolution.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of HJR 1009. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, HJR 1009 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, without objection, I ask that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on HJR 1009.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to HJR 1011.
House Joint Resolution 1011 by Representatives Hooten and Will and Senators Quorum and Donovan concerning supporting the call for a federal investigation into possible market manipulation by the meatpacking industry during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Joint Resolution 1011.
To the resolution.
You don't need this.
Having no further discussion before the body, Senator Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought my colleague would talk a little more about why this is important, so I'm going to. Not many people in the country understand how the livestock market works, or quite frankly, how it doesn't work. There are a number of us that raise livestock, have cattle ready for processing, and for some reason, the boxed beef market, the amount paid for boxed beef by grocery stores and retailers skyrockets, and the price to producers like me that feed cattle is going the opposite direction.
Just tell them what boxed beef is.
I don't understand why that works. Maybe I'm just a small country feedlot guy, but I can't figure out why it works that way. So when it comes right down to it, ladies and gentlemen, this is a good resolution. This is something I've been pushing for years, to understand why 4 packers can sell meat going at a higher price out and pay less for meat coming back in. Our system is broke. Quite honestly, I don't know how to fix it. I know it is eliminating small guys like me out of the market. This is important. I'd ask for your aye vote. If you want more details, I have tons of information on more details on how this actually works, what has happened after the Cargill fire, what happened after the pandemic, how we still have cattle backed up from a couple of months ago, and we can't get those harvested because we're still under the 120,000 a day. I'm happy to have that conversation if you want. I will be brief and just say this is a good resolution to ask for your aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Quorum followed by Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President, and honored to carry this resolution with the good senator from Vail. And, you know, she knows a little bit about beef and about butchering, and I'll let her tell that story later. So, but anyway, this is a good resolution. It is time that we address this problem in America.
Senator Crowder followed by Senator Marble.
No, I'm going to talk without a mask. The thing about it, you know, I support the resolution, but it should have been a little bit more broader. With the futures trading, we have other issues in the red meat industry that we don't really understand exactly what is causing the differentiation. But when you talk about meat packing, you know, we were talking about like JBS, they have a defined set cost. And because the meat packers they have a large number of people working for them. So, and I'm not making any excuses for anybody, but the problem is just bigger than just the meat packers. You know, when the stock market, the futures, you know, it's something that we've been trying to figure out for a long time. And I think it's you know, this is a start of where we should be, but I just don't want I don't want anybody to think it's just the meat packers. When you start buying meat on futures, that artificially, you know, sets the market price. So it's rather large, but I think this is a good start. Thank you.
Senator Marble.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. The beef industry is something that has definitely a long history of problems. You may not know that we had a beef processing plant ourselves, trucking company, and feedlots. And back in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s, things ran a lot different than they do today. One of the big problems is the beef checkoff problem that is actually killing the cattle producers. And the lobby is so heavy for the four-packers within the United States against the beef producer that it has become, I think, exactly what the good senator from Sterling said. It is a broken system. There is an organization called Protect the Harvest, and if you go there online, you can get a lot of information about what is going on with the big packing companies and how they have put the little packers basically out of business with their incessant lobbying and regulations on the cattle industry and beef packing plants across the United States. It is very, very difficult to get custom beef done anymore because the small beef packers don't exist the way they used to. It is a very, very difficult market to navigate through, and the beef checkoff needs to be eliminated. JBS and their imports and what goes on in their plants is not doing the beef producers within the United States any good. We have the best beef in the world, and when we have our cattle processed here in the United States, it is done in a very regulated way. But what we don't understand is we're getting a lot of beef brought in, already processed, from countries that do not have the regulations that we had. And in fact, a couple of years ago, I had a bill with a very, very wonderful House rep to recognize cattle producers, and JBS killed it. What happened after that bill was killed was the United States put a hold or a moratorium on beef imports from Brazil, as they should have a long time ago. These processing, the processing that goes on in international waters is insane. The beef that's brought over from overseas is tainted, and you don't know what's really in it, and this is true. We get water buffalo brought over from India, and it's marked beef, but it's not. Back in the 70s, believe it or not, we were getting kangaroo mixed in with our beef. That's a problem. All I want to make sure you understand is that this is an ongoing problem that has plagued the beef industry for a long time, and an investigation into the big packers is necessary, not just to get the beef program in order, but to make sure that the consumers know what they are actually buying and taking home to serve to their families. We have a great cattle producing ranchers here in the United States, and especially in the state of Colorado. And me being from Montana, I got to give them a plug too. Nebraska, you got great corn, and we love having it brought in. But bottom line, best cattle in the world come from the Mountain States regions. They take a lot of pride in raising their cattle and want to make sure that when they are sent to processing, it's done in a humane way, which is not what's happening overseas or on the offshore boats. We need to get an investigation into that. But remember, the beef checkoff program is not a friend of the cattle producer. Go to Protect the Harvest, get a little bit more updated on what's going on, and definitely vote for this resolution. And I thank both Quorum, the great senators for bringing this forth, because it's not just COVID that brought this on. This has been a long time coming, plaguing the United States cattle producers.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll point in my final comments to lines 3 through 5 on this resolution that cites that cattle producers in this state contribute over $3.5 billion to the state's economy. This is not, even though I don't think as many of us touch on the cattle industry maybe as much as we used to, the feedlots aren't quite as close to the city centers as they used to, right? Because as more people have moved to our state and the footprint of our cities have expanded, these operations have been pushed outward. And so this is not something that you even see or touch as much as even in my childhood. I think most people's interaction with this resolution is when they buy a steak or hamburger at their grocery store. But colleagues, even though we're in the final days, and this is perhaps a resolution you know, that you could easily not take out of your folder and read, at least please just think about how hard and harder it is becoming to be someone who ranches or farms in this state. And also, this is my final request. As we continue to have conversations in this building, not just on this, but on regulations and what the Department of Ag looks like and the commissions that we appoint and who is representing us, there are fewer and fewer of us that can speak for agriculture. But the demands upon agriculture do not get less, as there are fewer of us to talk about it. There are just as many Caesar salads, there are just as many hamburgers being cooked, there are just as many baby carrots being consumed, but we continue to put more pressures into the ag system. So this is a great chance today to show support for that system as a unified voice. And so I ask for your support for House Joint Resolution 1011. Thank you, Mr. President.
Having no further discussion, the motion before us is the passage of House Joint Resolution 1011. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, HJR 1011 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, without objection, I request that the morning roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection,
Does it need to be current?
the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors on House Joint Resolution 1011.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Gonzalez and Pirola and Representatives Mullican and Roberts concerning the modernization of the school entry immunization process and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject House amendments to Senate Bill 163 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request that we also be granted permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses.
Is there further discussion?
Okay.
The first motion before the body is that we not concur. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Carpenter has helpfully informed me that they need to be two separate requests, and so I ask first, I renew my motion that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 163 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Is there discussion on that motion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate not concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 163 and that a conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? Senator Tate, Senator Gardner, Senator Smallwood, Senator Woodward, Senator Rankin. With 30 aye votes, 5 no votes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, that motion is adopted. The following senators are appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 163. They include Senators Gonzalez, Chair, Senators Priola, and Senator Lundin. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I request that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 163 be given permission to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two houses.
Is there discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is to grant permission for the conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 163 to go beyond the scope of the differences between the two chambers. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 041.
Senate Bill 41 by Senators Cook and Zenzinger and Representative Garnett concerning parks passes for active members of the National Guard and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we move Senate Bill 41, I want to apologize. You're going to be embarrassed or disappointed, I should say.
Maybe even ashamed.
Yeah, ashamed, disappointed, and I'm sure it's not the first time. Probably won't be the last time because I moved Senate Bill 41 and say that we concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 41.
Is there any discussion? Senator Zenzinger.
Well, unfortunately, this mic doesn't work.
Oh.
So basically, they changed it from being a shall to a may. And seeing as how it is, and so we're going to roll with it.
We bow our head in shame, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none. Senator Crowder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before you boo this, you have to realize I did not like the amendment either. But the reality is most of the people in the National Guard have this under a veterans. In other words, they have an honorable discharge from foreign service or whatever. The problem with this that is not known is the physical note should be a lot less than it actually is. But what they have to do, the physical note, they have to go through the numbers involved in National Guard, not necessarily realizing that they're not prior active. So I think it's. Oh, I thought you were stopping me. Well, and I
proceed.
You know, I just want you to realize I think we ought to concur to get this through, and then come back at a later date and get the language changed when there's more technical knowledge. But I appreciate the sponsors very much pushing this forward. But again, I think it's not too bad of a deal. But thank you.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Excuse me. Well, they took out the appropriation because actually in the bill it says that they will not get the pass if there is no money in the current year. So there is not an appropriation this year, but hopefully next year it will be funded and they will be able to get park passes.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to bring up a brief point. These guys get paid $8 a freaking day. I think we ought to fund it, but I understand the predicament we're in. $8 a day, and we can't help them out at state parks. Just throwing that out there.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 041. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 41 and ask for an aye vote.
The motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 041 on. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that Senate Bill 041 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Quorum, Bridges, Tate, the Minority Leader, Williams, Danielson, Lee, Todd, Janal, Priola, Fields, Heisey, Rankin, Scott, Story, Rodriguez, Hanson, Foote, Crowder, please, Pedersen, please have the president. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Bridges and Tate and Representatives Tipper and Wilson concerning the creation of the Colorado Imagination Library Program.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate concur with House amendments.
Is there any discussion? Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, allay your concerns. There was no moment of genius amongst House members. It was really just the intrepid work of our drafters that found some inefficiency in an amendment we put in here in this chamber with regards to gifts, grants, and donations. That was scrubbed away because of the operation of the clause subject to available appropriations. It's a cleaner bill. Thank you again to our drafters here in the Capitol.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, if you look at the revised version of Senate Bill 185, and you turn to page 4 and to page 5. On page 4, you'll see it on line 15, and on page 5, line 21. There are 3 consecutive gray boxes there that I'm sure represent the amending out of words, but visually it creates the representation of a 3-dot ellipse, which is kind of a pause. And I just want to thank the House for adding 2 unnecessary pauses to this bill and ask for an aye vote on concurring with House amendments. That was really good work by our colleagues in the lower chamber. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is the pass.
Concur.
Is that the Senate concur with amendments to Senate Bill 185. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill, that motion is adopted. Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 185 on 3rd reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the repassage of Senate Bill 185. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Marble.
Even with the pause?
Cook.
Test.
With 32 ayes, 3 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 185 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senators Todd, Story, Marble, Zenzinger, Crowder, Danielson, Lee, Janal. Please, Priola. Please add the president.
Excuse me, Senator, let me.
Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 055.
Senate Bill 55 by Senators Procedural and Story and Representatives Cutter and Arndt concerning the expansion of the market mechanisms for the further development of recycling and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I move that we concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 55. Unfortunately, they fixed a mistake in, I think, the J amendment that must have went on in appropriations. It's the, anyway, so I've moved it.
Is there further discussion? Senator Story.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why? A simple why. A single why. The letter Y. That's why we're doing this. It was a typo. A lack of Y. Adding a Y. Because we must.
Senator Priola.
Actually, they left an of out of in between division environmental. They left a Y off of opportunity, and they left program off the end of line 1, page 11 in the most current version. So,
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 055. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, that motion is adopted. Senator Story.
I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 55.
The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 055. Are there any no votes? Senators Donovan, Quorum, Crowder, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Minority Leader, Marble, Cook, Lundeen, Hill, Smallwood, Scott, Rankin, with 22 ayes, 13 no votes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 055 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Danielson. Senator Lee. And Senator Williams, sorry.
Will the clerk read the title to Senate Bill 200?
Senate Bill 200 by Senators Donovan and Pedersen, Representative Kraft, Tharp, and Becker concerning the implementation of the Colorado Secure Savings Program to increase the amount of retirement savings by Colorado's private sector workers and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 200.
Is there any discussion? The motion, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Madam President. In the House, we clarified the appropriation on the bill.
Is there any discussion? Are there any no votes? With 35.
Thank you for your support.
The motion is to concur with the House amendments. Is there any further discussion? No. Now, are there any no votes?
On concurrence.
Seeing 35 aye votes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 200, or House amendments to Senate Bill 200 is approved. To the bill. Senator Donovan.
I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 200.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 200. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Cook, Smallwood, Scott, Rankin, Gardner, Smallwood, I have you. Woodward, Sonnenberg, Lumberg. Boy, that was a name back in time. Tell Kevin hello next time you see him. Lundeen. Hill, Priola, Heisey, Marble, Crowder, Quorum, Cook. Mr. Minority Leader. Sonnenberg. I thought I said you. Maybe I had you with Lumberg. Rankin, Tate. With 19 ayes and 16 noes and 0 excused, Senate Bill 200 is repassed.
If we had a board, I'd know if I'd already co-sponsored.
Will the clerk please read the title of... Oh, co-sponsors. Co-sponsors on 200. Senator Story?
This one I remember, but sometimes it's hard to remember.
Definitely, I've noticed.
Danielson?
See if your arm moves.
Lee?
That's funny. It's a good idea. You want to
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 207?
Senate Bill 207 by Senators Hansen and Winter and Representatives Gray and Sullivan concerning unemployment insurance.
Senator Hansen.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I move to concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 207.
Is there any discussion? Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. So, colleagues, when we finished our work on Senate Bill 207 during third reading, we had a very good bill on our hands. It was a wide consensus across a variety of stakeholder groups from all parts of the political spectrum. We now have a great Senate Bill 207. We continue to work hard with the sponsors, with stakeholder groups, again from around the state, a very vibrant conversation that got us to an even better place. And I'm pleased to report that Senate Bill 207, in the probably my favorite legislative word of all time, turducken, now has 3 great bills all in one. Has anybody tried to make a turducken? It's a wonderful thing at Thanksgiving. I highly recommend it. But I wanted to let you know that now we have a great bill in our hands. This bill, if you're voting to concur with us today, we are putting a temporary hold on surcharges in the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund that provides immediate, material, sizable relief to small businesses and businesses around the state. And we've put the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund on a pathway to solvency. So I think we are in an even stronger position than when the bill left the chamber, and we ask for your concurrence on those amendments.
Is there further discussion? Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. The motion, Senator Hansen.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 207.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 207. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Cook, Smallwood, Rankin, Gardner, Sonnenberg, Woodward, Tate, Hill, Lundeen, Cook, I got you, Quorum, Marble, Heisey, Scott, Crowder, Priola. We have 19 ayes and 16 noes and 0 excused. Senate Bill 207 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Danielson, Williams, Fields, Story, Janal, Pedersen, Lee, Foot, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 176?
Senate Bill 176 by Senators Danielson and Janal and Representative Tone and Young concerning measures to facilitate enforcement of existing prohibitions against unreasonable conduct by health insurers.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 176.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 176. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye and 0 no and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 176 on third reading and final passage.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 176. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 176 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Zenzinger, Senator Zenzinger. Senator Smallwood. Senator Lee. Senator Story. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 003?
Senate Bill 3 by Senator Garcia and Heisey and Representatives Esgar and Will concerning improvements to state parks and in connection therewith making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Heisey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to SB 003.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 003. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 aye, 0 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator, Mr. President.
I think I need that mic real quick. Thank you, members. You may have noticed that I didn't want to say that I wanted to concur, so I left that to the good senator from Fountain. Well, I do gladly move along with the good senator for the repassage of Senate Bill 003.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 003. Are there any no votes? Senator Scott, Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Marble, Senator Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Lundin. Lundin. With 29 aye votes and 6 no votes and 0 excused, Senate Bill 003 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Story. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill? Oh.
Madam Chair.
Danielson.
And Williams.
And
Williams.
Senator Williams.
Danielson and Williams want to be co-sponsors.
Danielson and Williams.
No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it, Ben. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 51?
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Priola and Representative Valdez A. concerning license plates and in connection therewith specifying that in order to minimize potential loss of registration revenue, the license plates of a motor vehicle that is classified as Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle and making an appropriation.
Do you want a conference committee? Yeah, we're going to do that right now. Just lay it over. To when do you want to do it? Do you need a couple minutes?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 51 lay over to the bottom of the consideration of House amendments to Senate bills calendar.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? The motion is adopted. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 212?
Senate Bill 212 by Senators Winter and Tate and Representatives Lontine and Soper concerning reimbursement for healthcare services provided through telehealth and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 212.
Is there any discussion? The motion is that the Senate concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes? Senator Winter, did you want to explain it? Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 212.
She just shut down debate, didn't she?
Sorry. The minority leader was distracting me. The amendments that the House added were basically all technical and related to administration. So first, we clarified that you get the same standard of care, whether it's telemedicine or not. We also made sure that we are tracking utilization rates so we could make future decisions about healthcare. And then we also clarified how this interacts with federal reimbursement, and we encourage a yes vote.
Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 absent, or 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Tate.
I move that for the repassage of Senate Bill 212.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 212. Are there any no votes?
Great.
With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 212 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Danielson, Senator Lee. Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197 by Senators Finberg and Marble and Representatives McLaughlin and Catlin concerning aligning state statutes with federal law on hemp and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Marble.
Thank you, Madam President. We move to concur with House bills on Senate Bill 197.
Is there any discussion? Senator Marble?
Yes. What they did was actually put on an appropriation clause for the Department of Public Safety.
The motion is the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 197. Are there any no votes?
Stop it. Stop it.
With 35 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 197.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 197. Are there any no votes?
A Democrat touched it.
With 35 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 197 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Thanks.
Mr. Carpenter, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 007?
Senate Bill 7 by Senators Pedersen and Winter and Representatives Buentello and Wilson concerning treatment for substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Pedersen.
Thank you. We move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 7. Would you like to know why?
Is there any discussion? Tell us all about it. Tell us all about it. Why in the world would you concur?
We don't, they made this bill better, ensures that we have yeah, I know, once in a while. So I ask for your support. I didn't get into the details.
The motion is that the Senate concur, Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam President. And basically my entire duration carrying this bill, which I'm very proud of, I have basically said anything the good senator from Lakewood says is what we should do. So the good senator from Lakewood says we should concur, we should concur.
She's a great co-prime.
All righty. The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 007. Are there any no votes?
2 gray squares.
With a vote of 35 aye, 0 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Pedersen.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 7.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 007. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Cook, Senator Woodward, Gardner, Hill, Rankin, do you have your, no? Gardner, Scott, Marble, Lundin, Rankin. With a vote of 26 aye, 9 no, and 0 excused, the Senate Bill 007 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Lee, Senator Story, Senator Danielson, Senator Tate.
Did she give me as a no on 007?
Let me look. Hold on. No, you are within it every hour.
Can I reconsider 007? She didn't get me. No, I need to know.
Can we screw this up and then make him ask a second time?
This is probably the 3rd time already. We probably already did it once.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 7.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 007. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is adopted, and reconsideration is granted. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 007.
Senate Bill 7 by Senators Pedersen and Winter, Representative Monteo and Wilson, concerning treatment for substance use disorders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Is there any Senator Pedersen.
I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 007.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 007. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Sonnenberg. Mr. Minority Leader. Senator Cook. Senator Gardner. Rankin. Scott. Heisey. Marble. Hill. Woodward. Lundin. Tate. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, and 0 excused, 007 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Danielson, Senator Lee. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 219?
Senate Bill 219 by Senators Fields and Sonnenberg and Representatives Valdez A. and Rich, concerning the issuance of a lease purchase agreement to fund the continuations of certain previously funded capital construction projects.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. We move that the Senate concur with the House amendment to Senate Bill 219.
Please tell us why.
Members, there was a lot of work that was done behind the scenes to get this right as relates to leasing agreements and when we could start the payment. And I would like the good senator from Sterling to talk about some of the negotiation and discussions that he had. But basically, the funding cannot occur until July 1st, 2022.
Senator Sonnenberg.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. Essentially what happened was our payments would not start. We're going to utilize the interest to be able to make this work so it doesn't take out of the general fund and obligate us there during these tough times. So ask for your aye vote on concurrence.
Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Fields.
Madam President, we move for the repassage of Senate Bill 219.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 219. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 no, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 219 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Cook. Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 224?
Senate Bill 224 by Senator Gonzalez and Representatives Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning a prohibition on a landlord engaging in certain activities related to a tenant's citizenship status.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 224.
Would you mind telling us why?
Thank you, Madam President. There was a technical amendment to the definitions that the House moved, and I agree with those clarifications and ask for an aye vote.
Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 excused, the motion is adopted. Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for the readoption of Senate Bill 224.
The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 224. Are there any no votes? Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Hill.
Thank you, Madam President. And colleagues, yeah, I think y'all know I frustrated a lot of people from the very second I got down here speaking about the importance of America needing to do a better job of welcoming immigrants. I think it's a fundamental aspect of who we are as a nation. I also think there are policies that are very well intended and very poorly executed. And this, unfortunately, is one of those policies. It's one of those policies that, unfortunately, will end up grouping many more people than we intend into a perceived high-risk tenant category. The result being driving up rent for the very people we are actually trying to drive down rent for. The result being we will make it harder to get a lease rather than easier to get a lease. I think there are options here. It's late in the session. I recognize that. I also recognize my words have limited impact on the outcome. But I also, we do have a word. And that is we write words, we say words, we speak words. And I want to continue to articulate and advocate for the United States and Colorado doing a better job of recognizing the tremendous potential and value and long-term approach of doing a better job of managing immigrants, those who share the American vision of producing and creating and being a rich part of this tapestry of American culture. And as a result, respectfully ask for a no vote on a well-intentioned bill that will just continue to make the hurdle higher for those immigrants. Thank you, colleagues.
Senator Gardner? No. The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 224. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg, Senator Heisey, Cook, Quorum, Lundin, Mr. Minority Leader, Marble, Gardner, Rankin, Scott. I see a hand. Is it Woodward? Hill? Smallwood? Crowder? Tate? With a vote of 20 ayes, 15 noes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 224 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Janal, Danielson, Lee, Mr. Carpenter, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 217?
Senate Bill 217 by Senators Garcia and Fields and Representatives Herod and Gonzalez Gutierrez, concerning measures to enhance law enforcement integrity.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President, and I move that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 217. You'll hear from a number of our colleagues as to why that should be done, but I would encourage that we concur with those amendments.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm going to ask my colleagues who helped craft this legislation to join me in the concurrence of the House amendment. So that would include the chair of the Senate State Veterans Affairs, and then we had 2 committee members, one from El Paso County and one from Weld County, and also we had some interaction also for the minority leader that helped facilitate the agreement that ultimately ended up with the passing of Senate Bill 212 in the House. The vote was 32 yes votes, aye votes, and I think it was 12 no votes. So this bill has come a very long way, and the only way it was possible was through collaboration. I'm pleased to report to you that the DAs are in total support of this bill. I'm pleased to report that the Sheriff's Association is in support of this bill. So I'm going to highlight some of the amendments that were made in the House, and I would like the other members to kind of speak on them. But some of the work that they've done was basically, once again, reaching out to law enforcement and to other allies to make sure that we were getting it right. So one of the things that we have done, well, they have done as an amendment, is that grand jury to issue a report when they decide not to indict an officer that was involved in a death. This happened in Colorado Springs. There was a grand jury investigation and the community never heard about it. So from now on, with the passing of this bill, after the governor signs it, the grand jury must issue a report so that we can find out a little bit more about that investigation. This was brought to our attention by prosecutors. That was their request. Another improvement to the bill is the whole issue as it relates to victims association as it relates to the body cam. So they fine-tuned that in reference to making sure that we were protecting witnesses before we release that information. Remember, when the bill was introduced, it said that the video feed, had to be released within 7 days. Now it's 40. When it left here, I think it was maybe 21 days. So it gives it more time for everyone to make sure before we release something that's going to harm someone, we're making sure that we're thoughtful about that. We got some feedback from the Hospital Association, because sometimes in hospitals, when you think about Denver Health, we do have law enforcement folks that are there, and we didn't want to capture any other patients that might be a part of that cam recording video. So now it makes sure that we protect the privacy of those law enforcement officers that are in Hospital Association. 45 days is what it's up to, not 40, 45 days to release the video. So I think that's a huge improvement. Also, regarding the body cam pieces of it, there is now a criteria where the officer must check to make sure that the body cam is functioning before they start the shift, instead of accusing them or whatever that they didn't turn it on or wasn't functional or those kinds of things. So we put that safeguard in there. We also had some clarification. This is really good language. It started here in the Senate by my senator here from Lafayette regarding the use of force. They added more language based on DAs, what that should look like. Also, fleeing felon clarification. Fleeing felon would be you have somebody running away from the scene and let's say the suspect gets shot in the back. There's greater clarity regarding that. And then also they added some additional wording as it relates to the failure to intervene. What they've done here, once again, this comes from our DAs, there's going to be accountability if you fail to intervene when you see misconduct from an officer. You can be charged with a misdemeanor and it can go up based on the level of crimes that have been charged by the district attorney's office. So members, we are making history by the passing of this comprehensive sweeping legislation as it relates to reform, as it relates to law enforcement. We should be really proud of this because it doesn't just focus on one element like chokeholds. It focuses on a variety of different things. You should have a copy of the engrossed copy of the bill with all these amendments, and I do urge an aye vote.
Senator Foote.
Thank you, Madam President. So in short, I'll cut to the chase a little bit at the beginning and say that I support these amendments and ask the body to do so as well. All along, it was known, particularly just given the process and the fact that we were in a short recession here, that we were going to have to take a look at it as it was going through the process, and that amendments would continue to come, and rightfully so. And I think that the process that this bill went through is really an example of a very good legislative process where you really truly did have 100 sets of eyes looking at this bill as it was going through the process and offering constructive solutions to how we can make the language better. It was more than 100 sets of eyes in the legislature, of course. There were a number of technicians, and from law enforcement to defense counsel to public defenders to other stakeholders that took a look at this very closely too and offered their suggestions. And I think all of those things combined really have made some good language in this bill. I want to just point out a couple of things just to flag for to see how they work out for the sponsors maybe for next year for a possible cleanup bill. I hate to bring that up. I don't think it will be necessary, but I just want to flag it in case there's discussion about it. And one of those is about the use of force amendment that we put on in the Senate, and they modified in the House. Again, good modifications to clarify things that were outstanding. One of the main purposes of putting together this use of force amendment was to frankly get rid of the so-called reasonable officer standard that had been used so often to thwart prosecutions for excessive use of force. And not because I don't believe in reasonable officers, it's because that particular standard had really grown to the extent that it had become the rule, and an unruly rule, if that makes any sense. It was just something that turned out where officers were just not able to, or I should say prosecutors were not able to prosecute officers that used excessive force because of that particular standard. So I tried really hard in this language to not use the word reasonable. And that's what we did in the Senate. They put the word reasonable back in at one point in the House. And I think it's okay given the context of the entire amendment. And also they made a clarification later on in the section that reasonable means objectively reasonable, which I don't know if we really want to get into too much of a legal seminar about objective versus subjective and reasonable versus unreasonable and what all that stuff really means, but I think unless the senator from Colorado Springs really wants to add to that discussion, but it may seem like it's splitting hairs, but it really did have, and hopefully will not continue to have, real-world implications when it comes to the use of force by police officers. By making it more of an objective standard rather than the subjective standard from the point of view of a so-called reasonable officer, then I think that will make it a lot better in something where when there are cases that need to be prosecuted, hopefully there aren't, but if there are cases that need to be prosecuted for excessive force, they actually can be. And those officers that use excessive force that in clear violations of what this bill is trying to do can be held accountable. So I just wanted to flag that for the sponsors that will be coming back next year, to just keep your eyes open, your ears open for how it's actually working out. And that is the intent, to make sure that it's objective and not a reasonable officer standard. But there's a lot of other language changes in here that are appropriate. Again, it was going through the process and it's appropriate to make those changes. And I think it just goes to show what can happen with big legislation when all the parties come to the table with the intent to make something happen. I'm really appreciative to have been a small part of this bill, and really appreciative to the sponsors for bringing it forward and pushing it forward, and also for all the parties coming to the table and doing whatever they can to make sure that this is a good bill and soon to be law going forward. So thank you.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, first of all, I want to extend my appreciation to the senator from Denver and Carrizo Springs for speaking at length here on the Senate floor on Thursday evening, as it permitted me the opportunity to leave the Senate floor for a couple of hours and go over outside the House chamber and work with members of the House and stakeholders on amendments that were being done in the House to ensure that they were faithful to our intent in the Senate. They are. The senator from Lafayette, or is that Lafayette?
Whatever you want.
Mentioned the paragraph and language on objectively reasonable. I actually felt that that addition was appropriate, added some protection to the good law enforcement officer, and will work well and actually makes it a substantially better bill. So I would urge concurrence with the House amendments so that we can move this bill forward. I will make a couple more comments on repassage, but I would ask for an aye vote on concurrence. Thank you.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President, and to the good senator from El Paso County and from Divine. I will say that every time that that you come down to the well, I get a lot of work done too.
Senator Cook.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. It's kind of hard to follow that one, but I would move for concurrence as well. When it came out of committee, the amendments were kind of messed up, and so we had kind of a pre-conference meeting with all the bill sponsors, and we worked on it, and I think we got it right. And they made the changes in the House, and the changes were exactly what we talked about in that meeting, and made it a lot better. And I just want to cover a couple of the amendments that make it better. I know the good senator from El Paso County, sitting over there on the wall, was concerned about jail deputies all having to wear body cams. I think we covered it in our bill, but we wanted to make sure that was clear in the in amendments from the House. And now it says in there quite specifically, jail deputies are not required to wear body cams unless there's an anticipated use of force, like on a cell extraction. Then that can be recorded. And it also took out administrative staff. So the front office staff, the sheriff, who's basically a desk jockey most of the time, doesn't have to wear a body cam, or the police chief. So we took out, because the way it was written originally in House committee was that those people all had to wear body cams. So that's one amendment, to make it clear jail deputies do not have to. And then also another important amendment, the duty to intervene. So there was an amendment that was put on that creates a class 1 misdemeanor if an officer or deputy fails to intervene, and not the one that really is complicit and helps, the one that just stands there and does nothing. It's now a first degree, class 1 misdemeanor if they do nothing and just watch. But that doesn't preclude the DA from filing higher charges if necessary. And so there's other amendments. There was one about the officer had to take into consideration whether the victim or witness, any victim or witness, wanted to turn the body cam on or off. And if they wanted it off, then the officer had to turn it off. And that just was unworkable. And if anybody knows the senator from Aurora, myself, we are 100% pro-victim, but this was just an unworkable situation for many reasons that I won't get into. So they stripped that out of this amendment. So I would highly suggest that we concur with the bill. It is much better than it's introduced, and much better as it went through the process. And now it's, I believe, a good bill, so I would ask for an aye on concurrence.
Seeing no further discussion, Senator Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So a lot of fine points, a lot of detail in this very important public policy. For me, early on, one of the bright lines that I established was that the state and state employees, which in this case would be the State Patrol generally, need to live to the same standard. And that's just a matter of intellectual honesty for me. I come into this well so frequently and argue against the fact that we're carving out for ourselves, the government of the state, responsibilities that we're putting upon other people. Generally, I frame that up as a matter of public policy managing public employees versus public policy managing private employees, which I don't think generally is appropriate. And I find that the state government is far too intrusive far too often. So I have a remaining concern with this bill, and I do appreciate so much the incredible distance that this bill traveled from where it was introduced to where it moved to, and then some additional changes that were necessary, I think detailed changes in the House. But I have a deep remaining concern, and it's a matter that needs to be addressed, if not now, at some point. And that is, although the Highway Patrol law enforcement officers, when engagement in enforcing the law, as any other law enforcement officer, need to have the body cam piece, that is an alignment with other law enforcement. But the question of civil liability provides an opportunity for the Colorado State Patrol to be handled differently, to be treated differently. And again, just as an acknowledgement of the effort to be intellectually honest, that particular construction gives me remaining concern. Now, I was a yes on this bill as it was heading out because in my mind, as I had read it at that time, heading out meaning the bill heading over to the House, in my mind it had been resolved and it was consistent across all platforms, local government, state government, et cetera. That is not the circumstance now, and so I'm going to be a game time decision on this one as to whether I'm a yes or a no, but this does trouble me significantly, this exemption, this carve out of civil liability for Highway Patrol, and if the bill sponsors can assuage my fear, can help me get to a resolution on that, I would be grateful. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, as the senator from northern El Paso County points out, there is some distinction between local law enforcement and state patrol. First of all, to be clear, state patrol is included in the body cam requirements for the bill. So that important piece of the bill does include our state patrol. The place at which the state patrol is not included, to be clear, it wasn't a carve out, it just was a creation of civil liability involving local law enforcement, and state patrol did not get included. I asked for that while it was being considered over in the House. The reality was I was told, ain't happening. But if you'd really like to do that next year, Senator, there were stakeholders, I hate to say on the other side, but the stakeholders that were had differing interests from those that I was advocating for invited me to do that. And in fact, I think that that's something that I had hoped to bring up on January 6th, but I guess I'll be bringing it up on January 13th. And perhaps introducing the bill. It'll be a very short bill, and I think the defense to not doing that is going to ring a little hollow. So the decision in concurring and ultimately asking for the repassage of this bill is that I don't want the good to be the enemy of the perfect of the good. We have moved forward incredibly. I will say this, even though we're talking about concurrence, it sort of gets put together. This bill moved quickly, moved really, really fast. The fact that it is as good a product as it is at the current time, and by that I don't simply mean whether it's good or bad policy, but simply in the drafting and everything else about it, is a tribute to all of the folks. It's a tribute to, specifically to Michael Dorr and Office of Alleged Legal Services, who must not have gotten any sleep in the past week. I have thought at some length about why does this bill move so quickly and why must it move so quickly, and I'm going to dare to say that when social and political forces are pent up and the dam breaks, if you will, perhaps that is what happens. And that has certainly been the case in reform. We're going to need some refinement. I don't think it is right, as the senator from northern El Paso County points out, I don't think it's right that we should tell local law enforcement, you have a civil cause of action if you do this, but State Patrol, if you were to do that, there wouldn't be a civil cause of action at the state level. Now, the reality is there's a federal cause of action. And because there is, I take some comfort in that and know that to be the case, and know that we can hold them accountable. And so, again, I urge concurrence on the House amendments.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to respond to some of the comments as they were made regarding how quickly it moved. It really did move extremely quickly and fast. And I think the reason it did is because there was a sense of urgency. Just think, it's only been like 19 or 20 days since we all witnessed the murder of George Floyd. That was like 19 or 20 days ago. We were on recess for about 2 months. We weren't even here. And then when we got back here to the state capitol, we saw protesters. We saw how the state capitol was vandalized, and we heard people saying Black Lives Matter. And there was a need to address the voices that we were hearing from the protesters. So it did move extremely fast, because we were charged to address some of the cries that we were hearing from the community and from also around the state and around our nation and around the world. People were sick and tired of seeing, people who weren't really resisting arrest. Maybe they were unarmed, maybe they were already handcuffed or whatever, and they would end up losing their life due to excessive force. We did move very quickly, and I think a lot of it had to do with the timing. Just think of the timing. We had just gotten back to the session. We were able to craft this legislation. We were able to improve the legislation through compromise, which I think is a good word, and through partnership with a lot of different allies and agencies, starting from the governor's office to the AG's office, for DAs, law enforcement, sheriffs, what have you. We did move quickly because the timing was right and the timing is now. So once again, I renew my motion to concur with the House amendments before we move to repass.
The motion is that the Senate concur with House amendments to Senate Bill 217. Are there any no votes? With 35 aye, 0 noes, 0 excused, the motion to repass The motion to concur is adopted. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President. And my colleague and I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 217. Members, I want to say that in collaboration, this is a monumental piece of policy, one that is leading and cutting edge. And when you think about us being at the cusp of this, leading the first in the nation to have some true police reform in response, I think it's an amazing thing, an absolutely amazing thing that we have been responsive and adaptive and functioned with honor and integrity throughout this process. I think you can hear those from the other side of the aisle say they contributed amendments, and it's true. But everyone is honest about the process in this. And so sometimes things do move fast here. But we feel good about the product that we're providing. And when I use the word product, this is a piece of law that is monumental in being the first in the nation to address the inequities around police brutality and bad practices, and uplifting a profession that we need to have trust in communities. We would be doing a massive disservice if we don't help echo that there should be trust with law enforcement and communities. So I urge repassage on Senate Bill 217. Ask for an aye vote.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm not going to repeat everything that was said the other day, but I do thank the bill sponsors because they did sit down and listen to us, and we worked with them, and I think we got the bill into actually a very good place. In committee, we heard how law enforcement liked some of the bill, but couldn't support some parts, so the bill sponsors, again, listened to the concerns of law enforcement, and they said, we would support this bill if we had this, this, and this. Bill sponsor said, okay, let's address those concerns, and we got this, this, and this. And then they went even further, and then they got even more. And that's why you see the Sheriff's Association supporting the bill. They came out in support. So if you hear one of your sheriffs say, hey, we're really upset about it, tell them to read the final version. Tell them to read what we're passing here today. Because the Sheriff's Association said, we asked for these things because we want accountability, we want transparency, and we got what we asked for. So the sheriffs took a stance of support. We heard the same thing from the Police Chiefs Association. And they're in support. They came out in support of this bill because they said we want transparency and accountability. Then the DAs came on board the other day, I think last night after the third readings, because they believe in transparency and accountability. So you have the law enforcement officers that represent everybody in this chamber coming out in support of this bill. So I would ask that you follow their lead, the people that represent you in law enforcement, and support this bill. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't repeat the comments of my friend, the former sheriff, never a former sheriff, like never a former Marine, from Greeley. I will endorse them. And I do want to mention that there is an obligation on our part as a General Assembly and as a state government to follow up with the mandates and commitments that we are requiring of local law enforcement. The senator from Alamosa asked me to make special note that the requirement for additional equipment by body cameras, and even more so with digital storage space for all of this, for very small law enforcement agencies is going to be a challenge. And so we must, between now and 2023, ensure that those resources are there, because they matter not only for those departments, but after all, those departments doing what we have asked them to do, what is right and what is appropriate. I continue to pick up the newspaper and read reports of this bill and see that the first version of the bill is being what is reported. Now, I believe that reporters are acting in good faith and trying to do so, but there continue to be some misinformation reported, and so if I were a line officer or a deputy, I would be concerned. I, as the sheriff from Greeley says, read the bill, understand the bill that we are going to repass in just a few minutes. As to the senator from Lafayette who says he had some small input on the bill or whatever his words were, that's not true. He was too modest. His drafting of the use of force section was quite a sea change in terms of viewpoint and emphasis in the way that, again, I don't want to do a legal tutorial on this, but sometimes just a shift in viewpoint or whether objective or subjective makes incredible differences, nuanced differences. And so it was not a small impact, it was a large impact. And as you depart the Colorado Senate, it may well be that that is one of your largest legacies, Senator. This is a bill that I would have not introduced myself, to be very honest. It is a bill that, as introduced, had a viewpoint that was not my own, but in tribute to the sponsors, to the stakeholders. They, in good faith, committed to work with us, and I hope that we, in good faith, have worked with you to adopt and put a product on the table for repassage that makes Colorado and its communities safer, its law enforcement agencies more accountable and transparent, while not sacrificing their own ability to do their job, and in fact encourages them to do their job in a way that is consistent with our American values. I am pleased that we have come to the point we have. I am pleased that we were able, with the work that the House did, to maintain the intent, and I urge that you vote aye for the repassage of Senate Bill 217. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader, followed by Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. First, thank you to the bill sponsors and those who contributed to the effort to amend this bill. I've said before, bills are not slogans. Bills are not just simple concepts. We have heard the voices of the protesters outside who have said Black Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter. We have heard the voices of protesters calling for change. And we've changed our law. We're about to. But bills, unfortunately, don't work that way. Now we, the legislators here in the Senate, we are calling out to the world. We have this slogan called Senate Bill 20-217. Understand that it has changed significantly since it was introduced.
Bills are not slogans. They're complicated. I refer to them sometimes as being as interesting to read as the instructions on how to file your tax return. They're not slogans. They're technical. They're words and numbers that mean specific things. And the last version of Senate Bill 20-217 means something very different than the introduced version of Senate Bill 20-217. I also want to appeal to the people who might be listening and watching online. We aren't taking credit for the movement that has affected our state and our nation. We legislators, we work for the people of Colorado. We have heard your voice, but what we do here, what we do here will not be what we do here will not bring back George Floyd. What we do here will not bring people back to life. What we do here will not heal hearts and restore families and communities. That takes place outside. Lincoln spoke about this at Gettysburg, that our words, our pontificating, our patting ourselves on the back and congratulating and thanking each other, that's not more important than the change that's going on outside of this building. We don't take ourselves that seriously. But we hear you. We've heard you. The challenge for us to help people understand the difference between how this bill was introduced and the changes that occurred, and now how it will pass and go to the governor. Sometimes it's a significant challenge. Sometimes we hear from law enforcement who are frustrated. Can't you hear our voice, legislator? Can't you hear my voice, senator? One of the people who has asked me that through text messaging is a young deputy sheriff in Douglas County. My son. Dad, you voted for the bill. Yes, son, it's a very different bill than what was introduced. Dad, we were told that we could be fined, sued for $100,000. Dad, don't you know I don't have that? Yes, son, I know. I've spoke about it here in the well. I didn't mention his name, but yes, son, I heard, I know, I hear. But that's not in the bill anymore. This level of change in our culture is hard. And right now, our challenge as the 100 legislators of the people of Colorado here in this chamber, the 35 of us who are the senators who represent some 5.8 million people, our challenge is, please understand what's in this bill that passed. I won't offer another civics lesson. I just ask, look at the bill that will go to the governor. If you're looking at the revised version or re-revised version, the re-revised version, all these technical terms, if you look at the bill that will pass the Senate today, look at all of the double underlining and the gray shading. That means Senate amendments and House amendments. And as I look at the pages that will become law starting on page 3, line 1, I think every single page has amendments on it. If you've ever watched on-demand television, my wife is really good at finding movies. But you see a picture and a caption describes the title of the movie. And sometimes we'll look at that and say, oh, this looks interesting, and watch the trailer and say, ooh, that doesn't look interesting. Other times we watch something and we think, oh, this looks interesting. We watch the movie, and when we understand the whole of the movie, we say, that was disappointing. Or other times we say, wow, that was a surprise. We didn't think this was going to be so great, but it was a really good movie. In a way, bills are like that. You don't really know what's in it until you read this whole technical document. But to the Sheriff's Association, the Chiefs of Police Association, and the Fraternal Order of Police, management and employees, elected and hired, thank you for your input, and thank you for the support that you've shown for the bill as passed, the last version of the bill. Your voice was heard too. To the senator from Aurora, you've amazed me again. We have held opposing views on bills where it couldn't be further apart. And we've stood together here in this well and across the way, and we couldn't be closer together. I don't know how you do it, given what you've gone through in your life. But I'm proud of the work that you did on this bill. And I was proud to be part of that. Mr. President, same. Proud to work with you here. I'm proud of the members of our caucus, the senator from Weld County and the senator from El Paso County had to go to law school twice. The senator from Lafayette. I'm proud of all of you. And ask for an aye vote on the final version of Senate Bill 217. Not because we're putting ourselves somehow above the killing, the death of George Floyd or any of those other names, but because we did the job that the people of Colorado sent us here to do. And I'm grateful to have been here during these past few stressful weeks. It's hard to move a bill this complicated, this quickly, but thank you to everyone who participated. God bless you, and God bless the people of the state of Colorado. If this bill, if this effort has any effect on changing the hearts and minds of people in this nation, then we've done good work. God bless you. Ask for an aye vote on 217.
Senator Gonzalez, followed by Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I couldn't agree more with the comments that the minority leader just offered. Outside, in the aftermath of the murder of George Floyd, people demanded, what do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Not what do we want? A meaningful, moderate policy reform. And when do we want it? Sometime when we can get it onto the calendar and get some bipartisan support and some meaningful compromise. That's not how the world works. But it is how this chamber must. And I couldn't be more proud of the work that everyone in this body has accomplished in bringing forward such a tremendous and transformative policy in such a trying and difficult time. Last night, there was a vigil just outside of the Capitol for a young man who was shot and killed by Denver police officers right in my district. His name is William Lamont DuBose. And his family still doesn't know what happened to him. He was killed on May the 1st. His family Even though they've buried him, they still don't know what happened. They still haven't seen the body cam footage. They still don't know what events took place that led to him losing his life. And it is that sense of uncertainty. It is that sense of pain that drives the demands for justice, not only here outside of our front steps, but across this country and throughout the world, calling for justice. And when do they want it? Now. It's so beautiful to have been a part of this effort that has resulted in Colorado being the first, hopefully of every state in this country enacting transformative policy change. And I just want to extend my acknowledgement and my gratitude to everyone inside of this chamber and also to everyone outside of it. Members, I ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 217. Thank you very much.
Senator Cook.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief since this is my second time on thirds. We gave out a lot of shout outs, and rightly so. We shouted to Senator from Boulder, Lafayette, and Aurora, and the Senate President, and to many people. But there's also a lot of people that work behind the scenes on this that helped out, and I didn't want to leave one in particular out. The Senator from Montrose from District 6. He actually was quite involved behind the scenes, talking with me and talking with the senator from El Paso County. And on Sunday night, he arranged a phone call with myself and him with the head of the PPA, the Denver Police Protective Association. And we had over an hour phone call on a Sunday night, and they got engaged on the bill. The Protective Association had been in constant contact with me and gave me their ideas and their thoughts. And so I just wanted to give another shout out, a well-deserved shout out to the senator from District 6 who got the Denver PPA involved in this bill. I'm not sure where they're at on this, where they stand, but I did get a text saying that they appreciate all the work that was done by everyone and recognize that the bill is in a lot better spot. So I just wanted to say thank you on that, and to the senator from District 6.
Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the motion. So do I do that before? Okay. Please excuse Senator Marble from the roll call. The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill 217. Are there any no votes? Senator Sonnenberg. Senator Scott. With a vote of 33 ayes, with a vote of 32 ayes, 2 noes, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 217 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Senator Quorum, or excuse me, Crowder. Get the Mr. Minority Leader, Senator Hill, Senator Priola, Tate, Quorum, Senator Lee, Senator Williams, Senator Danielson, please add the President. Mr. Carpenter, please read the title to Senate Bill 51.
Senate Bill 51 by Senator Priola, Representative Valdez A, concerning license plates in connection therewith, specifying that in order to minimize potential loss of registration revenue, the license plates of a motor vehicle is classified as Class C personal property expire upon the sale or transfer of the motor vehicle and making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, I move the Senate reject House amendments to Senate Bill 51 and the Senate adhere to its position. In the House, Apparently, they put an appropriations amendment on this bill in the House Finance, as well as a similar one in House Appropriations. And then they put back in the green license plates on second reading at a later date that wasn't supposed to draw a fiscal note. So I think the version that came out of the Senate hit the right mark, helped public safety, helped the modern way that we pay for toll roads, so on and so forth, and a number of other security measures. I renew my motion to adhere to the Senate position.
Is there any discussion? Senator Moreno.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I really appreciate my colleague from Adams County in working with me on this issue and the motion to adhere to the Senate version. Things changed in the House, and an appropriation was added over $370,000. In our current situation, that is just not doable. And the Joint Budget Committee has already made a number of transfers from cash funds in the Department of Revenue, so there could be a solvency issue. So I very much appreciate this motion, appreciate my colleague from Adams County, and encourage your adherence.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Madam President. But do we lose the green plates if we adhere? Because I really liked those green plates, and I'd love to have them back.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. To the good senator from Lakewood, Arapahoe County, the version that left this body did not have the throwbacks 80s green plates because of the fiscal consideration. I've committed with my sponsor in the House and any other folks who want to join in coming legislative years to try to run a bill to bring those back. Because I think beyond the fact that we all have fond memories of the plates many of us natives grew up with, there is an additional security measure to flush out the ones that have been in the system for 2+ decades. But because of fiscal constraints, we need to stick with 51, as I see it, as the way it came out of the Senate. So ask for an aye vote.
All right.
Seeing no further discussion, are there any no votes with Senate Bill, with rejecting the House amendments to Senate Bill 51? With a vote of 34 aye, 0 no, 1 excused, the motion is passed. Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam President. I make a motion to repass Senate Bill 51.
That is the proper motion. The motion is the repassage of Senate Bill, or excuse me, the motion is to reject.
No, Madam President, I believe that's an improper motion. There's no need to do it when you adhere to the Senate position.
We don't need a motion. Yeah. Thank you. Message from the House.
The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1212, 1209, 1137, 1001, 1116, 1061, 1206, 1219, 1218, 1376, 1286, 1416, 1412, 1414, 1418, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The Speaker has appointed Representatives Malika, Chairman Roberts, and D. Williams as House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 163. The House has voted to grant the House conferees on the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 163 to consider matters not at issue between the two houses. The House has voted to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1383, 1406, 1332, 1403, 1213, and has repassed the bills as so amended. The House has passed on third reading and transmitted to the Revisor of Statutes Senate Bill 222, 28, 213, 218, 205, 23, 215, amended as printed in House Journal, June 12th, 2020.
Revisor. Message from the Revisor.
We herewith transmit without comment as amended Senate Bill 2328-205, 213, 215, 218, and 222.
Message from the governor. No, no message from the governor. That's for Senatorial 5. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 205?
Senate Bill 205 by Senators Finberg and Bridges and Representatives Becker and Carveo concerning the requirement that employers offer sick leave to their employees and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate reject the House amendments to Senate Bill 205 and request a conference committee.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is that the Senate not concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 205 and that the conference committee be appointed. Are there any no votes? With 34 aye, 0 no, and 1 excused, the motion is adopted.
All right.
The following senators will be appointed as members of the First Conference Committee on Senate Bill 205, Senator Finberg, Bridges, and Smallwood.
What? Smallwood? Oh. Come on.
Specifically asked for Creole.
And the Majority Leader will serve as the chair.
Why does Smallwood get to be up
What's next?
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. Members, we are going to break for a little bit. We are going to allow at least one of the conference committees to meet, and perhaps the chair of that conference committee may make an announcement about that. And then we will take a little bit of time for folks to get lunch or do whatever you need, and then we will come back to probably start with a couple of the tributes before we take up more work on the calendar. Madam, Julie?
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President. This announcement serves as the announcement that the Conference Committee on Senate Bill 163 will be meeting 15 minutes in Senate Committee Room 357. Thank you very much.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Senate recess until 1:30 p.m. Listen for a call. It will likely be after 1:30, but it'll be shortly after the conference committee is complete. But for now, Madam President, I move the Senate recess until 1:30 p.m.
You've heard the motion. We will recess until 1:30 p.m. Is there any objection? Okay.